Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the mystical realm of Shadowmere, where the very air shimmered with arcane energy and the boundaries between light and darkness blurred, the ancient Castle Umbra stood as a bastion of power. Its obsidian spires pierced the perpetual twilight sky, a testament to the might of the Shadow Kings who had ruled this land for millennia. On the eve of Samhain, when the veil between worlds grew thin, Princess Ilaun stood upon the highest tower, her silver hair catching the light of the blood-red moon. Her emerald eyes, flecked with gold, scanned the misty forests and shadowy valleys that stretched as far as the eye could see. Something was amiss in the kingdom. She could feel it in her bones. The sound of approaching footsteps broke her reverie. Turning, she saw Grim, the court jester, his motley a patchwork of midnight blue and starlight silver. But there was no mirth in his eyes tonight, only grim determination. "My lady," he said, his voice low and urgent, "you must flee. The ritual has gone awry." Your father, a bone-chilling roar echoed through the castle, cutting off Grim's words. The very stones beneath their feet trembled, and an oppressive darkness began to seep from the cracks in the walls. Ilaun's heart raced. The Samhain ritual was meant to renew the magical barriers that protected Shadowmere from the encroaching forces of chaos. But if something had gone wrong, quickly Grim urged, grabbing her hand. There isn't much time. As they raced through the twisting corridors of Castle Umbra, Ilaun's mind whirled. How could the ritual have failed? Her father, King Elric, was the most powerful sorcerer in all of Shadowmere. Unless they burst into the grand throne room, and Ilaun's breath caught in her throat, where her father should have stood, presiding over the ritual with regal authority. There was now a creature of pure shadow. It wore King Elric's crown, but its eyes glowed with an otherworldly malevolence. "Father," Ilaun whispered, her voice trembling. The shadow creature's head snapped towards her, a twisted smile splitting its face. "Ah, my dear daughter," it said, King Elric's voice distorted and overlaid with something ancient and terrible. "Come, embrace your new lord and master." Tendrils of darkness shot out from the possessed king, reaching for Ilaun. But before they could touch her, Grim leapt forward, his form shimmering. Gone was the jester's motley, replaced by robes of deepest purple adorned with arcane sigils. With a wave of his hand, a shield of pure light erupted around them, forcing back the shadows. "Run, princess," Grim shouted, his voice now resonant with power. "I'll hold him off." Ilaun hesitated for only a moment before turning and fleeing the throne room. As she ran, she heard the clash of magical energies behind her, and her father's voice, with a thing wearing his face howling in rage. She didn't stop running until she reached the secret passage hidden behind the kitchens, the one her mother had shown her years ago, just in case. As she slipped into the narrow tunnel, torches flickering to life at her presence, she heard quick footsteps behind her. Spinning around, fists raised in a pitiful attempt at defense, she was relieved to see Grim. The court jester no. The sorcerer looked haggard, his robes singed and torn. "We don't have much time," he said, ushering her forward. "Your father has been possessed by an ancient evil, one that seeks to plunge not just Shadowmere, but all the realms into eternal darkness." As they emerged from the tunnel into a moonlit glade, Ilaun's mind raced. But how? The protective wards were sabotaged. Grim finished grimly. The cult of eternal shadows has been working in secret for years, weakening the magical defenses of the realm. Tonight, they succeeded in allowing a powerful entity to possess the king during the Samhain ritual. Ilaun felt as if the ground was crumbling beneath her feet. Everything she had known, her entire world, had been turned upside down in the span of a single night. "What can we do?" she asked, hating how small her voice sounded. Grimm's expression softened slightly. "There is a way to save your father and the kingdom, but it won't be easy. We must find the three relics of twilight, the Mirror of Dawn, the Chalice of Dusk, and the Crown of Midnight. Only with their combined power can we hope to exorcise the dark entity and restore balance to Shadowmere." And so began a perilous quest that would take Alaun and Grimm to the farthest reaches of the realm and beyond. They traversed the Whispering Woods, where the trees themselves spoke in riddles, and every path seemed to lead them astray. It was here that Alaun discovered her own latent magical abilities, calling upon the ancient bond between the royal bloodline and the land itself to guide them true. They scaled the crystal peaks, where every surface reflected infinite possibilities and illusions threatened to trap them for eternity. It was Grimm's wisdom and magical knowledge that saw them through, teaching Alaun to see beyond mere appearances to the truth that lay beneath. In the caverns of echoing sorrow, they faced their deepest fears and regrets given form. Alaun confronted shadowy versions of herself, tempting her with promises of power and escape from responsibility. Grimm battled specters of his past, hinting at a history far more complex than that of a simple court jester. Together, they emerged stronger, their bond forged in the fires of shared struggle. As they journeyed, Alaun learned more about the true nature of Shadowmere and her own heritage. Grimm revealed himself to be far more than a court jester, or even a hidden sorcerer. He was the last of the Twilight Guardians, an ancient order sworn to maintain the balance between light and shadow. He had served her family for generations, watching and waiting for the time when his true skills would be needed. With each relic they recovered, Alaun felt her own powers growing. The Mirror of Dawn taught her to see the light within even the deepest darkness. The Chalice of Dusk showed her how to find strength in vulnerability. And the Crown of Midnight whispered secrets of the shadows themselves, teaching her that true power lay not in domination, but in harmony between all aspects of nature. But their quest had not gone unnoticed. The cult of eternal shadows dogged their every step, led by Lord Vexus, a sorcerer whose ambition was matched only by his cruelty. In a climactic battle atop the Spire of Convergence, where the boundaries between realms were thinnest, Alaun and Grimm faced off against Vexus and his cultists. As magical energies clashed and reality itself seemed to warp around them, Alaun realized the true purpose of their journey. The relics were important, yes, but they were merely tools. The real power lay within herself, the perfect balance of light and shadow, inherited from generations of shadow kings and queens who had maintained the harmony of the realm. With this realization, Alaun's power surged. She called upon the primal forces of Shadowmere itself, channeling them through the relics. Light and darkness swirled around her in a dazzling display of raw magic. Lord Vexus and his cultists were banished to the void between worlds, their shadowy master howling in defeat as it was ripped from King Elric's body. As the dust settled and the first rays of true sunlight in years began to peek through the eternal twilight, Alaun rushed to her father's side. King Elric was weak but alive, his eyes clear of the malevolent presence that had possessed him. "My daughter," he said, his voice filled with pride and regret, "you have saved not just me, but all of Shadowmere. The crown is yours now. If you would have it." Alaun looked to Grimm, who nodded encouragingly, then back to her father. "I will accept it," she said, her voice strong and sure, but not as the Shadow Queen of old. "From this day forward, let Shadowmere be known as the realm of twilight, where light and dark exist in perfect balance." And so, as a new era dawned for Shadowmere, Princess Alaun became Queen Alaun, the Twilight Sovereign. With Grimm at her side as advisor and protector, she ushered in an age of unprecedented peace and prosperity. The boundaries between light and shadow blurred not in conflict, but in harmony, and the realm flourished as never before. Yet Alaun and Grimm remained ever vigilant, for they knew that in a world of magic and mystery, new challenges would always arise. But whatever darkness might threaten, Shadowmere would face it not with fear, but with the unshakable conviction that within every shadow, a light burns waiting to be discovered. Story 2, in the enchanted village of Misthallo, where reality and fantasy danced on the edge of perception, the air shimmered with an otherworldly glow as All Hallows Eve approached. Ancient oak trees, their leaves a tapestry of gold and crimson, whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. Cottages with thatched roofs and smoking chimneys dotted the landscape, their windows glowing with warm, inviting light against the encroaching twilight. At the heart of the village stood the alchemist's tower, a structure that seemed to defy the very laws of nature. Its spire twisted towards the heavens like a corkscrew, adorned with glowing runes and swirling mists that changed color with the wind. It was here that young Finn, apprenticed to the village alchemist, toiled over bubbling cauldrons and ancient tomes, unaware that his life was about to change forever. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets, a strange fog began to roll in from the whispering woods. Unlike the usual mists that cloaked Misthallo in mystery, this fog pulls with an inner light, tendrils of dream stuff reaching out to caress the minds of all who encountered it. Finn, his emerald eyes wide with wonder and a touch of fear, watched from the tower window as the fog enveloped the village. In the streets below, he saw his neighbors begin to act strangely. Old man Willowbark, who hadn't left his rocking chair in years, suddenly sprang up and began to dance a jig. Little Lily Moonbloom giggled with delight as her favorite stuffed animals came to life, prancing around her in a merry circle. But not all was whimsy and delight. From the shadows, Finn glimpsed terrifying creatures born of nightmare, slavering beasts with too many eyes, writhing tentacles that reached out from dark corners, and shadows that moved of their own accord, hungering for the light. Master's effort. Finn called out, his voice cracking with urgency. Something's happening to the village. But when he turned, he found not his mentor, but a shimmering apparition, a being of pure light and shadow that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. The being's voice echoed in Finn's mind, a symphony of whispers and song. Young dreamwalker, yet in tone, the veil between worlds has been torn. The weavers of dreams and the architects of nightmare wage an ancient war, and Misthallo now stands at its center. You alone can restore the balance. Before Finn could question the apparition, it dissolved into motes of light, leaving behind a single, glistening tear, the tear of Morpheus, an artifact of immense power that could bridge the gap between dream and reality. As Finn clutched the tear, his mind was flooded with visions of the Dreamweavers, celestial beings who spun the very fabric of hopes and aspirations, and the nightmare architects, entities of primal fear that sought to unravel the tapestry of reality. He saw the cosmic loom upon which all of existence was woven, and the terrible void that threatened to consume it all. A soft voice cut through the visions, anchoring Finn back to reality. So, you can see them too? Finn whirled around to find a girl about his age standing in the doorway. Her hair was the color of starlight, and her eyes held the depth of twilight skies. She introduced herself as Nyx, a dreamwalker like himself, though she had long known of her abilities. "We don't have much time," Nyx said urgently. "The longer the veil remains torn, the more our world and the realm of dreams will bleed into each other. Soon, the boundary between reality and fantasy will disappear entirely. Together, Finn and Nyx ventured out into the transformed Misthallo. The village had become a landscape of impossibility. Houses floated like balloons, tethered to the ground by ribbons of moonlight. The town square had become a vast chessboard, with villagers trapped as living pieces in an endless game. As they navigated this new, treacherous reality, Finn and Nyx encountered both wonders and horrors. They soared on the backs of giant butterflies with wings of stained glass, their laughter turning to startled cries as the butterflies dissolved into swarms of razor-winged moths. They crossed a bridge made of children's forgotten dreams, each step revealing fleeting glimpses of might-have-beens and never-worse. But with each step, Finn felt the power of the tear of Morpheus growing stronger. He began to understand its purpose, not just to mend the veil, but to help him shape the very fabric of reality around him. With concentration, he could solidify the dream stuff into tangible forms, creating paths where none existed or dispersing nightmare creatures with bursts of pure imagination. Their journey took them to the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the boundaries between worlds were at their thinnest. Here, amidst trees that grew upside down and flowers that sang mournful lullabies, they found the source of the tear, a massive, pulsing rift in the very air, through which they could see glimpses of both wondrous dreams and terrifying nightmares. But they were not alone. The nightmare architects had sensed the presence of the terror of Morpheus, and they would not relinquish their hold on reality without a fight. Shadowy figures coalesced around Finn and Nyx, their forms shifting between their deepest fears and darkest regrets. Finn faced a mirror image of himself, twisted by doubt and insecurity, whispering of failure and inadequacy. Nyx confronted a void that threatened to swallow her whole, the embodiment of her fear of being truly alone. Together, they stood back to back, the terror of Morpheus glowing between them like a beacon of hope. "Remember," Nyx said, her voice steady despite the trembling of her hands. "In dreams, belief is everything. We can shape this reality if we believe strongly enough." With those words, Finn felt a surge of power course through him. He raised the terror of Morpheus high, its light growing to rival the sun. In that radiance, he saw the truth of Nyx's words that the boundary between dream and reality was not a wall, but a canvas upon which they could paint their own destiny. With newfound courage, Finn and Nyx faced their nightmares not with fear, but with understanding and acceptance. They recognized these shadows as parts of themselves, aspects to be acknowledged rather than banished. As they did so, the nightmares began to lose their power, dissolving like mist in the morning sun. The rift pulsed and writhed, fighting against the healing light of the tear. Finn and Nyx poured their combined will into the artifact, envisioning a world where dreams and reality coexisted in harmony, each enriching the other without overwhelming it. As the first light of dawn broke over Misthallo, the rift began to close. The dream fog receded, leaving behind a village forever changed, but no longer in danger of being lost to chaos. Villagers awakened as if from a deep slumber, their eyes wide with wonder at the memories of their night in the world of dreams. Finn and Nyx stood atop the alchemist's tower, watching as Misthallo slowly returned to normal, or rather, a new normal. For while the boundaries had been restored, the village would forever retain a touch of magic, a place where dreams could become reality for those with the courage to believe. The terror of Morpheus, its purpose fulfilled, dissolved into stardust that settled over the village like a blessing. But its power remained within Finn and Nyx, a reminder of their role as guardians of the veil between worlds. As the sun rose fully, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Finn turned to Nyx with a smile. "So," he said, his voice filled with newfound confidence and a hint of excitement, "what do dreamwalkers do when they're not saving the world from cosmic calamity?" Nyx's laughter rang out like silver bells. "Oh, Finn," she said, her eyes twinkling with mischief and promise. "Our journey is just beginning. There are countless dreams to explore, nightmares to face, and wonders beyond imagination waiting for us." And so, as Misthallo awakened to a new day, Finn and Nyx set out on a new adventure, not just as guardians of the veil, but as explorers of the infinite realms of possibility that lay between dream and reality. For in Misthallo, where the impossible became possible and magic danced on the edge of perception, every day held the promise of a new story waiting to be told. Story 3, in the ancient city of Ravenhollow, where cobblestone streets wound between towering Gothic spires and gargoyles kept their silent vigil. The veil between worlds had always been thin. But on this fateful All Hallows' Eve, as the blood-red moon rose over the city's jagged skyline, an otherworldly chill settled over the festivities like a shroud. Rowan Thornheart, the city's guardian druid, stood atop the highest tower of the obsidian citadel, her emerald eyes scanning the mist-shrouded streets below. Her fingers absently traced the intricate knotwork of her staff, its wood thrumming with ancient power. Something was wrong. She could feel it in the very air, a discordant note in the symphony of natural magic that usually flowed through Ravenhollow. As the great clock in the town square struck midnight, a bone-chilling scream split the air. Rowan's gaze snapped to the center of the city, where the veil between worlds suddenly tore asunder. A swirling vortex of darkness erupted from the ground, its edges crackling with eldritch energy. The portal of nightmares, a gateway long sealed by powerful magic, had been thrown open. Horrors beyond imagination poured forth from the portal-writhing tentacles, eyes that burned with madness, and creatures that defied description. The revelry in the streets turned to panic as citizens fled before the onslaught of nightmares made flesh. Rowan's heart raced as she leapt into action, calling upon the primal forces of nature to create barriers of thorn vines and walls of solid stone. But for every nightmare she managed to contain, two more slipped through. She knew that to truly stem the tide, she would need to close the portal itself. As she fought her way through the chaos-filled streets, Rowan's mind raced. The portal of nightmares was supposed to be sealed by an artifact of immense power, the scepter of Samhain. But where was it now? And who or what had managed to open the portal in its absence? A dark figure materialized beside her, moving with unnatural grace through the pandemonium. Rowan tensed, ready to strike, but the newcomer raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "Peace, Guardian," he said, his voice carrying an otherworldly resonance. "I am Ash, once of the Necromancer's Guild. I come to offer my aid in this dark hour." Rowan's eyes narrowed. The Necromancers had been banished from Ravenhollow centuries ago for their dark practices. "Why should I trust you, Death Speaker?" Ash's eyes, glowing with an inner fire, met hers unflinchingly. "Because, Rowan Thornheart, I know where to find the Scepter of Samhain, and without it, your city and soon, the world will fall to the Lords of Fear." The name sent a shiver down Rowan's spine. The Lords of Fear were beings of pure terror, said to feed on the nightmares of mortals. If they were behind this, piercing shriek cut through her thoughts as a winged monstrosity swooped down from the sky. Rowan raised her staff, summoning a whirlwind of razor-sharp leaves that shredded the creature's wings. As it fell, Ash's hands glowed with necromantic energy, and the beast's own shadow rose up to strangle it. Their eyes met over the fallen nightmare, an unspoken agreement passing between them. Whatever their differences, survival now depended on cooperation. "The scepter," Rowan said urgently. "Where is it?" Ash's expression grew grim. "It lies within the caverns of eternal twilight, a realm that exists between life and death. But reaching it will not be easy. The path is guarded by trials that few have survived." Rowan squared her shoulders, her resolve hardening. "Then we have no time to waste. Lead the way, Necromancer." As they raced through the besieged city, Rowan used her druidic powers to create safe passages for fleeing citizens, while Ash's command over death magic allowed him to turn some of the weaker nightmares against their brethren. They made for an unlikely but effective team. At the city's edge, where ancient standing stones marked a place of power, Ash began an incantation in a language that made Rowan's skin crawl. The air between two moss-covered megaliths shimmered and parted, revealing a shadowy path that seemed to lead into the heart of twilight itself. "Once we step through," Ash warned, "there's no turning back until we either claim the scepter or perish in the attempt." Rowan nodded grimly, and together they stepped into the unknown. The caverns of eternal twilight were a realm of shifting shadows and half-truths. Spectral whispers echoed through winding passages, and phantasmal visions of past and future flickered at the edges of their vision. Rowan felt her connection to the natural world fading, while Ash seemed to grow stronger, more substantial in this liminal space. Their first trial came in the form of the Mirror of Regrets, a shimmering surface that forced them to confront their deepest failures and darkest choices. Rowan saw herself failing to protect Ravenhollow, watched as nightmares overran the city she had sworn to defend. Ash's reflection showed a younger version of himself, hands stained with blood, performing forbidden rituals in his quest for power. It was Rowan who pulled them both through, her unwavering belief in the possibility of redemption giving Ash the strength to face his past and move forward. The second trial brought them face to face with the Guardians of Twilight, spectral warriors who tested not just their combat prowess, but their ability to work as one. Back to back, Druid and Necromancer fought in perfect synchronicity, Rowan's nature magic complementing Ash's command over death, until the Guardians finally bowed in acknowledgement of their worth. As they delved deeper into the caverns, Rowan began to see Ash in a new light. His past was indeed dark, but there was a genuine desire for atonement in his actions. In turn, Ash came to admire Rowan's unwavering commitment to protecting life in all its forms. At last, they reached the heart of the caverns, where the scepter of Samhain rested upon a dais of shadow and light. But as Rowan reached for it, a voice like the howling of 1,000 tortured souls filled the chamber. "Fools," it boomed, "you have led us straight to the source of our victory. The shadows coalesced into towering, monstrous forms, the Lords of Fear themselves. Their very presence sent waves of terror washing over Rowan and Ash, threatening to paralyze them with primal, instinctive dread. The portal you left open in your world has fed us well, the largest of the Lords hissed, its form constantly shifting between different nightmarish visages. With the power of the scepter, we will throw wide the gates between realms and feast on the fears of all mortals for eternity. Rowan gripped her staff tightly, fighting against the tide of fear. Ash, she whispered, we can't let them take the scepter. Whatever happens, promise me you'll get it back to Ravenhollow and seal the portal. Ash's eyes widened in realization. Rowan, no, but she was already moving, hurling herself at the Lords of Fear in a whirlwind of primal magic. Vines of pure life energy erupted from the shadowy ground, entangling the nightmarish beings. Rowan's voice rose in an ancient druidic chant, calling upon the very essence of nature to combat these unnatural horrors. Ash hesitated for only a moment before joining the fray. Shadows bent to his will, and the spirits of fallen warriors answered his call. Together, he and Rowan held the Lords of Fear at bay, but both knew it was a battle they couldn't win, only delay. The scepter, Rowan cried out as a tendril of pure darkness wrapped around her ankle, pulling her down. Take it and go. With a cry of anguish, Ash lunged for the scepter. The moment his fingers closed around it, he felt its immense power course through him. For a heartbeat, temptation whispered in his ear, with this, he could become more powerful than he'd ever dreamed. But then he saw Rowan, still fighting despite being overwhelmed, and remembered the trust she had placed in him. In that moment, Ash made his choice. Raising the scepter high, he channeled every ounce of necromantic energy he possessed into it. The artifact blazed with unearthly light, and a portal of swirling energy opened behind him. Rowan, he shouted, to me. With a final burst of strength, Rowan broke free from the Lords of Fear and leapt toward Ash. Their hands clasped, and together they fell backward through the portal, the howls of the thwarted Lords of Fear echoing in their ears. They tumbled out onto the cobblestone streets of Ravenhollow, battered but alive. The portal of nightmares still raged at the city's heart, but now, armed with the scepter of Samhain, they had the power to close it. As they raced toward the vortex of darkness, Rowan glanced at Ash. You could have taken that power for yourself, she said. Why didn't you? Ash's lips quirked in a small smile. Perhaps this old necromancer has finally learned there are some things more important than power. Together, druid and necromancer, protector of life and master of death, they raised the scepter of Samhain. Its power flowed through them both, amplified by their united purpose. Light blazed forth, driving back the nightmares and sealing the portal with a thunderous boom that shook the very foundations of Ravenhollow. As dawn broke over the battered but unbroken city, Rowan turned to Ash. So, she said, a hint of a smile playing at her lips. What does a reformed necromancer do after saving the world? Ash looked out over Ravenhollow, his expression thoughtful. Perhaps, he said slowly, he stays to help rebuild, if the city's guardian will have him. That is. Rowan's smile widened as she held out her hand. I think that can be arranged, and so, as Ravenhollow began the process of healing, an unlikely alliance became the stuff of legend, a tale of redemption, trust, and the power of unity in the face of darkness. For in Ravenhollow, where the veil between worlds remained thin, the city would always need protectors ready to stand against the nightmares that lurk just beyond the light. Story 4, in the enchanted realm of Autumnvale, where the trees were leaves of gold and the air was perpetually scented with cinnamon and wood smoke, a pall of unease had settled over the land. Prince Thorn, heir to the maple throne, stood upon the balcony of his chambers in the towering Castle Equinox, his emerald eyes scanning the horizon as the sun dipped below the mountains, painting the sky in hues of amber and crimson. Tonight was All Hallows' Eve, a night when the veil between worlds grew thin, and magic both light and dark surged through the kingdom like a tempest. But this year, a sense of foreboding hung in the air, as tangible as the mist that crept through the valleys. As twilight deepened, a cold wind whipped through the castle, extinguishing torches and sending tapestries billowing like phantoms. Prince Thorn's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword, Dawnbreaker, its crystal pommel pulsing with an inner light. Suddenly, a cackling laugh echoed through the corridors, and the temperature plummeted. Frost spread across the stone floors, and the very air seemed to shimmer with malevolent energy. Before Thorn could react, a figure materialized before him, Melora, the Witch of the Withering Wood, her eyes glowing with hatred and her hands crackling with eldritch power. "Foolish prince," she hissed, her voice like dry leaves scraping against stone. "Your father banished me from this realm, but on this night, when the barriers are weak, I have returned to claim my vengeance." Thorn raised Dawnbreaker, its blade gleaming with holy fire, but Melora was quicker. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a bolt of midnight black energy that struck the prince square in the chest. Pain exploded through his body, and he fell to his knees, gasping for air. "For your father's sins, you shall bear my curse," Melora intoned, her words dripping with malice. "When the sun rises, you will take the form of a raven, doomed to fly between the worlds of light and shadow. Only the legendary spectral flame can break this enchantment, but you'll never find it before the curse becomes permanent at the next full moon." With another cackle, Melora vanished in a swirl of shadow and leaves, leaving Prince Thorn collapsed on the balcony, the curse already beginning to take hold. As dawn broke over Autumnvale, the castle was thrown into chaos. Where once stood the noble Prince Thorn, there now perched a raven of midnight black feathers, its eyes a familiar shade of emerald green. The bird let out a mournful call before taking flight, soaring over the stunned courtiers and out into the crisp morning air. Thorn's mind raced as he adjusted to his new form, wings carrying him over the patchwork landscape of Autumnvale. He had mere weeks to find the spectral flame before the curse became irreversible. But where to begin? The flame was a thing of legend, whispered about in taverns and immortalized in the kingdom's oldest ballads, but no one knew its true location. As he pondered his next move, a shimmering presence caught his eye. Hovering beside him was a wisp of silver mist that seemed to take the vague shape of a diminutive humanoid figure. A voice, like the tinkling of small bells, spoke directly into Thorn's mind. "Greetings, cursed prince. I am Whisper, a spirit of the in-between. I have been drawn to your plight and offer my guidance in your quest." Thorn, unable to speak in his avian form, merely nodded his feathered head in acceptance. With Whisper leading the way, they set off towards the Whispering Woods, a place where reality itself seemed to bend and warp. As they journeyed, Whisper revealed fragments of lore about the spectral flame. It was said to burn at the heart of the ethereal caverns, a place that existed simultaneously in both the mortal realm and the spirit world. But reaching it would require overcoming 3 trials, each more perilous than the last. Their path took them through landscapes of breathtaking beauty and heart-stopping danger. They soared over the crystalline falls, where rainbow-hued waters cascaded down cliffs of pure diamond, and narrowly escaped the ravine of remembrance, where echoes of the past tried to ensnare them in webs of nostalgia and regret. At last, they reached the entrance to the ethereal caverns, a shimmering portal hidden within the hollow of an ancient oak tree. As Thorn hopped through the opening, he felt a strange sensation wash over him. In a flash of light, he found himself returned to his human form, but only temporarily. Whisper warned, the magic of the caverns allowed him to shift between raven and man, but only while within its confines. The first trial came in the form of the labyrinth of lies, a maze that shifted and changed with every step, filled with illusions designed to lead travelers astray. Thorn had to rely on his wits and Whisper's guidance to discern truth from falsehood, reality from deception. More than once, he nearly fell into bottomless pits disguised as solid ground, or was almost crushed by walls that appeared from thin air. The second trial brought them face to face with the guardian of forgotten oaths, a spectral knight bound to the caverns by a vow made eons ago. To pass, Thorn had to best the guardian in combat while upholding the virtues of honor and mercy qualities his father had instilled in him since childhood. The battle was fierce, with Thorn's Dawnbreaker clashing against the guardian's ghostly blade in a dance of light and shadow. In the end, it was Thorn's compassion, offering the tormented spirit release from its eternal duty, won him passage. As they approached the final trial, Whisper grew oddly quiet, The chamber before them was filled with swirling mists, at the center of which burned a flame of purest silver, the spectral flame itself. But as Thorn stepped forward, eager to claim his prize and break the curse, Whisper's voice rang out with unexpected clarity. "Wait, Prince Thorn. There is something you must know." The mists parted, revealing not just the flame, but a towering figure shrouded in darkness, the Shadow Lord, a being of primordial night who sought to extinguish all light in the realm. And there, trapped within a cage of shadow, was Melora, her eyes wide with fear and regret. "The curse upon you was not born of mere vengeance," Whisper explained, its form solidifying into that of a young boy with silver hair and eyes like starlight. Melora was herself enslaved by the Shadow Lord, forced to curse you so that you might lead him to the spectral flame. With its power, he would plunge all the realms into eternal darkness. Thorn's mind reeled at the revelation. Everything he had believed about his quest had been turned on its head. Now he faced a choice: claim the flame and break his curse, dooming the realms to darkness, or find another way, risking his own humanity in the process. In that moment of doubt, Thorn remembered the lessons of his father, the wisdom passed down through generations of Autumnvale's rulers. True nobility lay not in the crown one wore, but in the choices one made for the greater good. With a cry of defiance, Thorn raised Dawnbreaker high, its holy fire blazing brighter than ever before. He charged at the Shadow Lord, the sword's light cutting through the darkness like a beacon of hope. Whisper, revealing powers long hidden, joined the fray, weaving spells of binding and banishment. The battle that ensued shook the very foundations of the ethereal cavern. Thorn fought with all the skill and courage he possessed, his blade a blur of golden light against the Shadow Lord's weapons of pure darkness. Whisper darted about, disrupting the enemy's magic and strengthening Thorn's resolve. In a final, desperate gambit, Thorn plunged Dawnbreaker into the heart of the spectral flame. The cavern exploded with radiance, and the Shadow Lord howled in agony as he was banished back to the dark realm from whence he came. As the light faded, Thorn found himself once again in raven form, the curse still upon him. But Melora, freed from the Shadow Lord's control, approached with tears in her eyes. "Brave prince," she said, her voice now gentle and filled with remorse, "you have saved us all at great cost to yourself. Allow me to undo what I have done." With a wave of her hand, warm magic enveloped Thorn, and he felt the curse melt away. He stood once more as the Prince of Autumnvale, but changed by his journey and the wisdom he had gained. Whisper, still in the form of the silver-haired boy, smiled up at Thorn. "Your quest is complete, your highness, though perhaps not in the way you expected. You have proven yourself worthy not just of breaking the curse, but of ruling Autumnvale with compassion and courage." As they emerged from the ethereal caverns, the sun was setting once more over Autumnvale, bathing the land in the warm hues of autumn. Thorn knew that challenges still lay ahead, mending the rift with Melora, preparing for future threats from the forces of darkness, and learning to be the ruler his people deserved. But as he gazed out over his kingdom, with Whisper at his side, and the knowledge of his own strength of character burning bright within him, Prince Thorn felt ready to face whatever the future might hold. For he had learned that true magic lay not in flames or curses, but in the power of choice, compassion, and the unyielding light of hope. Story 5. As the last rays of the setting sun painted the sky in hues of amber and crimson, an eerie stillness descended upon the ancient town of Hollow Grove. The air grew thick with anticipation, for tonight was All Hallows' Eve night, when the veil between worlds grew thin, and magic danced on the edge of reality. Lyriel, a young witch with hair as dark as a raven's wing and eyes that sparkled like emeralds, stood atop the weathered bell tower of the old church, her cloak billowing in the chilly autumn breeze. She gazed out over the town, her heart heavy with the knowledge of what was to come. For centuries, Hollow Grove had been protected by an ancient ward, but tonight, as the clock struck midnight, that protection would fail, and a terrible curse would be unleashed. The curse of Hollow Grove was as old as the town itself, a dark magic born from the bitter rivalry between two powerful witches in ages past. It lay dormant for generations, but now, on this fateful Halloween night, It would awaken with a vengeance, transforming the unsuspecting townsfolk into twisted, shadowy creatures, bound to the will of the curse's creator. As the last chime of the clock tower faded into the night, a sickly green mist began to seep from the earth, coiling around the feet of revelers still enjoying the Halloween festivities. Lyriel watched in horror as one by one, people of Hollow Grove began to change. Their eyes grew hollow, their skin pale and translucent, and their forms shifted into grotesque parodies of their former selves. Lyriel knew she had to act quickly. Her grandmother, the town's previous protector, had prepared her for this moment, though the old witch had hoped it would never come. With trembling hands, Lyriel reached into her satchel and withdrew an ancient tome bound in cracked leather. Its pages, yellowed with age, held the key to breaking the curse, the location of the fabled amulet of lost souls. As she descended the tower stairs, Lyriel's mind raced. The amulet was hidden in the realm of shadows, a place of darkness and danger that existed parallel to their own world. To reach it, she would have to cross the veil at the Whispering Willows, an ancient grove on the outskirts of town, where the barrier between worlds was at its weakest. Lyriel moved swiftly through the streets, her heart pounding as she dodged the transformed townsfolk. Their vacant eyes and reaching claws sent shivers down her spine. Among the chaos, she spotted a familiar face, her childhood friend, Thomas, now a hollow-eyed creature with skin like bark and fingers that ended in sharp twigs. The sight steeled her resolve. She would save them all, no matter the cost. As Lyriel reached the edge of town, the mist grew thicker, swirling around her ankles and trying to pull her back. But she pressed on, her determination burning brighter than her fear. The Whispering Willows loomed before her, their gnarled branches seeming to reach out in warning. With a deep breath, Lyriel began the incantation to open the veil. The air shimmered and crackled with arcane energy as reality itself bent to her will. Just as the portal began to form, a chilling laugh echoed through the grove. Lyriel spun around to find herself face to face with the Pumpkin King, the physical manifestation of the curse itself. The Pumpkin King towered over her, his body a twisted amalgamation of vines and rotting vegetation. His head was a massive jack-o'-lantern, its eyes glowing with malevolent fire. "Foolish little witch," he sneered, his voice like rustling leaves. "Did you think I would let you undo centuries of work so easily?" Lyriel stood her ground, channeling her power into a protective shield as the Pumpkin King lashed out with thorny vines. The impact sent her stumbling backward through the portal, which snapped shut behind her, cutting off the Pumpkin King's roar of fury. The realm of shadows was a nightmarish landscape of twisted trees and shifting darkness. Lyriel picked herself up, her eyes struggling to adjust to the gloom. She had little time to marvel at her surroundings, for the shadows themselves seemed to whisper of danger and death. As Lyriel set out on her quest, she became aware of a presence following her. Whirling around, she came face to face with a figure that made her blood run cold, the Headless Horseman, his black steed pawing at the ground impatient. To her surprise, the horseman made no move to attack. Instead, a voice echoed from the void where his head should have been. "I know why you have come, young witch. The curse that binds your people also chains me to this realm. I offer you my aid in breaking it." Lyriel hesitated, remembering the tales of the horseman's brutality, but desperation and the ticking clock of fate made strange bedfellows. She nodded, accepting his alliance. Together, the unlikely pair journeyed deeper into the realm of shadows. They faced trials that tested both their courage and their newfound trust, navigating through forests of bone-white trees that whispered dark secrets, crossing rivers of liquid shadow that threatened to pull them under, and battling spectral beasts with glowing eyes and razor-sharp claws. Through it all, Lyriel learned that the Headless Horseman was once a noble knight named Sir Galahad, cursed by the same witch who had doomed Hollow Grove. His quest for redemption paralleled her own mission to save her people, forging a bond between them. As they neared the heart of the realm, where the Amulet of Lost Souls was said to rest, the shadows grew thicker, more oppressive. The very air seemed to resist their progress. Finally, they emerged into a vast cavern, at the center of which stood a plinth of obsidian. Atop it gleamed the amulet, its surface swirling with captured souls. But they were not alone. The Pumpkin King materialized before them, his form even more monstrous in this realm of darkness. "You've led me straight to the source of my power," he cackled. "Now I shall claim it and rule both realms." A fierce battle ensued. Lyriel's magic clashed with the Pumpkin King's dark power, while the Headless Horseman's spectral blade cut through waves of shadow creatures. The cavern shook with the force of their conflict, stalactites crashing down around them. In a moment of desperation, Lyriel saw her chance. As the Pumpkin King focused his attack on the horseman, she lunged for the amulet. The moment her fingers closed around it, a surge of power coursed through her. Instinctively, she knew what she had to do. Channeling the amulet's energy, Lyriel began an incantation of unbinding. The Pumpkin King howled in fury and fear, his form beginning to unravel. With a final, defiant roar, he exploded into a shower of withered leaves and pumpkin seeds. The realm itself began to shake, the shadows retreating as if burned by an unseen light. Quickly, the horseman urged, "We must return to your world before the way is closed forever." They raced back through the disintegrating landscape, leaping through the portal just as it collapsed behind them. They found themselves once more in the Whispering Willows, the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon. Lyriel wasted no time. With the amulet's power flowing through her, she began the ritual to break the curse. Golden light spread from her hands, washing over Hollow Grove like a tidal wave. Where it touched, the monstrous transformations melted away, leaving bewildered but human townsfolk in their wake. As the last of the curse's effects faded, Lyriel turned to thank the Headless Horseman, only to find him bathed in the same golden light. Before her eyes, his spectral form solidified, and a head materialized atop his shoulders, noble features framed by silver hair. Sir Galahad stood before her, finally freed from his centuries-long curse. "Thank you, brave Lyriel," he said, his voice filled with emotion. "You have saved not only your people, but my soul as well. Hollow Grove will always have a protector in me." As the sun rose fully, casting its warm light over Hollow Grove, the townsfolk emerged from their homes, marveling at their salvation. Lyriel stood among them, the amulet of lost souls hanging safely around her neck, a reminder of the night's trials and the power of courage and unexpected alliances. From that day forward, Hollow Grove celebrated Halloween not with fear, but with joy and reverence for the magic that flowed through their world. And if sometimes, on a chilly autumn night, people caught a glimpse of a young witch and a noble knight riding through the Whispering Willows, they smiled, knowing their protectors were ever vigilant against the shadows that lurked at the edges of their world. Story 6. As the last rays of the setting sun painted the sky in hues of crimson and gold, an eerie silence fell over the ancient kingdom of Valoria. It was Halloween night, and the air thrummed with an otherworldly energy that set every creature on edge. In the heart of the realm, the towering spires of Castle Hallowmere loomed against the darkening horizon, its once proud silhouette now a foreboding presence that seemed to devour the fading light. Lyra Moonwhisper, a young witch with hair as silver as starlight and eyes that shimmered like amethysts, stood atop the Whispering Cliffs, her emerald cloak billowing in the chill wind. She gazed at the distant castle, her heart heavy with the weight of destiny. For generations, her family had been the guardians of an ancient secret, tasked with keeping the realm safe from a curse that threatened to plunge Valoria into eternal darkness. As the moon rose, full and ominous in the sky, a bone-chilling wail echoed across the land. Lyra's blood ran cold, for she knew what it meant. The curse of Hallowmere had awakened once more. In the village below, chaos erupted as spectral forms began to materialize from the mist. The spirits of the vengeful dead, bound for centuries by powerful magic, were breaking free. Villagers screamed and fled as ghostly warriors astride skeletal steeds thundered through the streets, their ethereal weapons gleaming with an unholy light. Lyra knew she had to act quickly. With a wave of her hand, she conjured a sphere of protective light around the village, buying precious time for the innocent to seek shelter. But she knew this was merely a temporary measure against the rising tide of darkness. As she descended from the cliffs, a shadow detached itself from the gloom. Lyra's heart skipped a beat as she recognized the tall, imposing figure of the Shadow Hunter. clad in obsidian armor that seemed to absorb the very light around it, his face hidden behind a mask of polished black metal. He was a figure of legend and fear throughout Valoria. "We meet again, little witch." His voice rasped, like the whisper of steel against stone. "It seems fate has bound our paths once more." Lyra's fingers tightened around her staff, purple sparks dancing along its length. "I need no help from you, hunter. Your presence here only brings more darkness to our land." The shadow hunter's laughter was as cold as a winter storm. "You know not of what you speak, child. The darkness that threatens Valoria is far beyond your power to contain. Only together do we stand a chance against what lies within Halamir's cursed walls." As much as she loathed to admit it, Lyra knew he spoke the truth. The stories passed down through her family spoke of the shadow hunter's role in sealing the curse centuries ago, though at a terrible cost. Now, it seemed, they would need to forge an uneasy alliance to save the kingdom once more. With a reluctant nod, Lyra agreed. "Very well, hunter. But know this, I trust you no further than the reach of my magic." Together, they set off towards Castle Halamir, the spectral army growing in strength behind them. As they journeyed, Lyra recounted the tale of the curse as she knew it. Centuries ago, a tyrannical king had made a pact with dark forces, sacrificing the souls of his subjects to gain immortality. A coalition of heroes, including Lyra's ancestor and the Shadow Hunter, had managed to seal the king and his undead court within the castle, but at a great cost. Now, on this fateful Halloween night, the seal had finally broken. As they neared the castle, the land grew increasingly twisted and corrupted. Trees stood like gnarled skeletons against the sky, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. The ground beneath their feet pulsed with an unholy energy, and whispers of the damned echoed on the wind. At last, they stood before the great gates of Halamir. The once magnificent entrance was now a nightmare of twisted metal and rotting wood, adorned with the bones of those who had tried to breach its defenses over the centuries. "The amethyst key," the Shadow Hunter growled. "Without it, we cannot hope to enter." Lyra's hand went to the amulet, hidden beneath her cloak, a delicate silver chain from which hung a brilliant purple gemstone. "My family has guarded this key for generations." Waiting for this very moment, as she held the amulet aloft, it began to glow with an inner light. The gates shuddered and groaned, slowly opening to reveal the horrors that lay within. The courtyard beyond was a scene from the darkest of nightmares. Spirits whirled in a macabre dance, their ethereal forms flickering in and out of existence. At the center stood a figure that radiated malevolence, the spectral king himself, his crown of shadows writhing atop his skeletal head. "Welcome, foolish mortals," his voice boomed, echoing with the screams of 1,000 tortured souls. "You dare to challenge the master of Halamir? Your ancestors may have sealed us away, but now we shall feast upon your world once more." The Shadow Hunter drew his blade, a sword of midnight black that seemed to drink in the very light around it. "We've come to end your reign of terror, Maleficent. Your curse ends tonight." As the spectral king laughed, his army of the damned surged forward. Lyra raised her staff, violet energy crackling around her as she wove spells of protection and banishment. The Shadow Hunter became a whirlwind of destruction, his blade cleaving through spectral forms as if they were mist. But for every spirit they vanquished, 2 more seemed to take its place. Lyra knew they needed to reach the heart of the castle, where the source of the curse lay. As they fought their way through the hordes of undead, she caught glimpses of tapestries on the walls, depicting scenes from the castle's dark history. One in particular caught her eye, a mural showing the original sealing of the curse, with figures that looked remarkably like herself and the Shadow Hunter. Finally, they reached the throne room, a vast chamber dominated by a massive obsidian throne. Atop it sat the spectral king, his form flickering between that of a mighty warrior and a decrepit corpse. "You cannot hope to defeat me," he snarled. "I am eternal, undying, the very essence of death itself." Lyra's eyes narrowed as she studied the room. There, behind the throne, she saw in a cracked mirror that seemed to pulse with dark energy. "The mirror," she shouted to the Shadow Hunter. "It's the source of his power." As the hunter engaged the spectral king in combat, Lyra fought her way towards the mirror, but as she neared it, A chilling realization struck her. The face reflected in the glass was not her own, but that of her ancestor who had first sealed the curse. In that moment, the truth of her lineage and the nature of the curse became clear. Her family had not merely been guardians of the secret, they were bound to it, their very essence tied to the magic that kept the evil at bay. With trembling hands, Lyra raised the amethyst key. She knew what she had to do, even as her heart rebelled against the cost. As she plunged the amulet into the surface of the mirror, a blinding light erupted, filling the chamber. The spectral king let out a howl of fury and despair as his form began to disintegrate. The shadow hunter turned, his mask falling away to reveal a face both familiar and alien, a reflection of Lyra's own features, twisted by centuries of darkness. "You understand now, don't you?" he said, his voice filled with a mixture of sorrow and pride. "Why it had to be us. Why our fates have always been intertwined." As the light engulfed them, Lyra felt the weight of generations settling upon her shoulders. The curse was not broken, but renewed, sealed once more by the sacrifice of those bound to its legacy. She and the Shadow Hunter would remain, guardians of the realm, forever walking the line between light and darkness. When the magic finally faded, Castle Hollowmere stood silent once more. The spirits had vanished, the land slowly beginning to heal from the touch of evil. But in the highest tower, two figures remained: a young witch with hair like starlight and a warrior clad in shadows. Together, they would watch over Valoria, protecting it from the darkness that always lurked just beyond the veil, waiting for the day when Halloween would once again awaken the curse of Hollowmere. As dawn broke over the kingdom, people of Valoria emerged from their homes, marveling at their salvation. They would tell tales of the brave witch and the mysterious hunter who had saved them from the spectral horde. But few would ever know the true cost of their victory, or the eternal vigil that now stood between them and the horrors that lurked in the shadows of Hollowmere. And so, the cycle continued, a dance of light and darkness, of sacrifice and duty, played out across the ages in the enchanted realm of Valoria. For as long as there was Halloween, there would be those who stood ready to face the night, guardians of a secret as old as time itself. Story 7. In the heart of the ancient realm of Ethoria, where magic flowed like rivers and the very trees whispered secrets of old, there lay a forest unlike any other. The Lantern Wood, a place of ethereal beauty and mystic wonder, had long been the sanctuary of nature spirits and the sacred ground of druids. For centuries, its bioluminescent flora cast a gentle, ever-present glow that kept the darkness at bay, a testament to the delicate balance between light and shadow. But on this fateful eve of Samhain, as the veil between worlds grew thin, an unnatural gloom began to creep through the Lantern Wood. The once vibrant lights of the forest dimmed, as if being slowly devoured by an unseen force. The air grew thick with an oppressive energy that seemed to feed on fear itself, choking the life from all it touched. Rowan Oakenheart, the youngest of the Druid elders, stood at the edge of a clearing, his weathered staff pulsing with emerald light as he surveyed the encroaching darkness. His green eyes, flecked with gold, narrowed as he sensed the corruption spreading through the land he had sworn to protect. The spirits of the wood cried out in silent anguish, their very essence being twisted by this malevolent presence. As the first tendrils of shadow reached for him, Rowan raised his staff, a burst of pure, verdant energy exploding outward to push back the darkness. But even as he did so, he knew it was merely a temporary reprieve. This evil was unlike anything he had faced before, and it struck at the very core of his being with a chilling familiarity. Rowan Oakenheart, a voice like silk over steel, whispered on the wind. "How long has it been, brother?" The druid's blood ran cold as realization dawned. "Malekith," he breathed, the name tasting like ash on his tongue. It cannot be, but as the shadows coalesced before him, taking the form of a man cloaked in midnight robes adorned with sigils of bone, Rowan knew the truth he had long feared. His twin brother, lost to darkness years ago, had returned, and with him a power that threatened to consume all of Ethoria. Malekith's eyes, once as green as Rowan's, now glowed with an unholy crimson light. A cruel smile played across his lips as he regarded his brother. "The prodigal son returns, dear Rowan. Tell me, how fares our precious wood in my absence?" Rowan's grip tightened on his staff, leaves and vines sprouting from the gnarled wood in response to his turmoil. You are no son of this forest, Malekith. You forsook that right when you turned to necromancy. The necromancer's laughter echoed through the woods, a sound that sent small creatures scurrying for cover. Always so righteous, brother. But tell me, what good is your precious balance when it denies us true power? The power to conquer death itself? As Malekith spoke, the shadows around him writhed and twisted, taking on monstrous forms. The corrupted spirits of the wood, once pure and vibrant, now served as his macabre puppets. Rowan knew he could not face this threat alone, not if he hoped to save the Lantern Wood and all of Ethoria. With a heavy heart, the druid plunged his staff into the earth, channeling his essence into the roots of the great trees. Guardians of the wood, he intoned, his voice resonating with ancient power. I beseech thee, send forth a champion, one who can walk between the realms of light and shadow. For the fate of all hangs in the balance. As the last echoes of his plea faded, Malekith lunged forward, tendrils of necrotic energy lashing out. Rowan barely managed to raise a barrier of living wood before being forced to retreat, the corruption eating away at his defenses. For days, Rowan fled through the Lantern Wood, using every trick and spell at his disposal to stay ahead of his brother's relentless pursuit. The once vibrant forest withered in Malekith's wake, the light of the spirit lanterns guttering out one by one. Hope seemed all but lost until, on the seventh night, fate intervened. As Rowan stumbled into a moonlit glade, exhausted and on the verge of collapse, a figure materialized from the shadows. Tall and lithe, with skin as pale as moonlight and eyes that glowed with an inner fire, she moved with the fluid grace of a predator, a vampire. Rowan realized with a start, though unlike any he had encountered before. Well, the newcomer drawled, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. What have we here? A druid running scared through his own woods? How the mighty have fallen. Rowan straightened, summoning what dignity he could muster. I am Rowan Oakenheart, guardian of the Lantern Wood, and you are trespassing on sacred ground, vampire. The woman's laughter was rich and throaty, the name's Vex, old man. And in case you hadn't noticed, your sacred ground is looking a bit worse for wear. Her expression grew serious as she glanced around, taking in the creeping corruption. What manner of evil is this? Before Rowan could respond, a bone-chilling howl split the night air. The druid's face paled. He's found us. Vampire, if you value your existence, you'll flee this place now. But Vex merely grinned, revealing delicate fangs. And miss out on all the fun. Not a chance, druid. Besides, she added, her eyes gleaming with an emotion Rowan couldn't quite place, I've got a score to settle with necromancers. As Malekith's twisted abominations burst into the glade, Rowan and Vex found themselves fighting back to back. The druid's nature magic complemented the vampire's swift, deadly strikes, and together they managed to hold their ground against the onslaught. In the heat of battle, as Vex's blade cleaved through a particularly nasty shadow beast, she called out to Rowan. So, what's the plan here, tree hugger? Because I don't fancy spending eternity playing whack-a-mole with these things. Rowan grunted as he summoned a wall of thorns to impale a group of approaching wraiths. There is an artifact, he panted, hidden in the heart of the wood. The luminous scepter, forged from the first ray of sunlight to touch Ethoria. Its power could cleanse this corruption, or destroy everything if wielded improperly. Vex whistled low. Well, isn't that just peachy? And let me guess, it's guarded by all manner of nasty traps and beasties. The druid nodded grimly. The path to the scepter is treacherous, designed to test the worthiness of any who seek it, but we have no choice. It's our only hope of stopping Malekith. As the last of the shadow creatures fell, an uneasy quiet settled over the glade. Vex turned to Rowan, her expression uncharacteristically serious. All right, Oakenheart, I'm in, but you better not be leading me on a wild goose chase. And so, an unlikely alliance was forged between druid and vampire. As they set out on their perilous quest, neither could have foreseen the trials that awaited them, nor the bonds that would be forged in the crucible of their shared ordeal. Their journey took them through the darkest depths of the Lantern Wood, where ancient magic twisted reality itself. They faced riddling sphinx and battled corrupted trents, navigated illusory mazes and crossed chasms of swirling void. At every step, the shadow of Malekith loomed behind them, spurring them onward. As they delved deeper into the heart of the wood, Rowan found himself opening up to Vex, sharing the painful history of his brother's fall. In turn, the vampire revealed her own past, a tale of betrayal and loss at the hands of a necromancer who had slaughtered her entire clan. Their quest finally led them to a hidden grove, where the last uncorrupted lanterns of the wood still burned bright. At its center stood an ancient willow tree, its branches cradling a shaft of pure, crystallized light, a luminous scepter. But as Rowan reached for the artifact, a slow clap echoed through the grove. Malekith emerged from the shadows, his eyes gleaming with triumph. "Well done, brother. You've led me right to the prize." What followed was a battle that would be sung of in legends for generations to come. Druid and vampire fought side by side against the necromancer and his undead hordes, their every move a deadly dance of magic and steel. The very fabric of reality seemed to warp around them as forces of nature clashed with necrotic energy. In the end, it was Vex who turned the tide. As Malekith prepared to strike Rowan down, the vampire intercepted the blow, her body absorbing the full force of the necromancer's dark magic. The sacrifice gave Rowan the opening he needed to seize the luminous scepter. As pure, radiant energy surged through him, Rowan saw the truth of his connection to Malekith with perfect clarity. They were two sides of the same coin, light and shadow, life and death, each incomplete without the other. With tears in his eyes, Rowan raised the scepter high. "Brother," he called out, his voice echoing with power, "let us end this cycle. Not through destruction, but through balance." For a moment, the madness in Malekith's eyes seemed to clear. He reached out, his hand clasping Rowan's on the scepter. As their combined energies flowed into the artifact, a blinding light engulfed the grove, spreading outward to encompass the entire lantern wood. When the light faded, the corruption was gone. The wood was restored, but changed shadow and light now existed in perfect harmony, each enhancing the beauty of the other. And where the brothers had stood, a single figure remained, neither Rowan nor Malekith, but a being of perfect balance. As for Vex, she found herself transformed as well. The necromancer's curse that had bound her to darkness was lifted, allowing her to walk in both night and day. She became a guardian of the renewed lantern wood, a bridge between the realms of light and shadow. And so, the tale of the lantern wood came to an end, yet also a new beginning. For in the heart of Ethoria, where magic flows like rivers and the trees whisper secrets of old, there now stands a forest of unparalleled wonder, a testament to the power of balance, redemption, and the unbreakable bonds forged in the face of darkness. Story 8. High above the clouds, where the air shimmered with arcane energy, and the stars seemed close enough to touch, floated the majestic citadel of Ethoria. Its spires of opalescent crystal pierced the heavens, while bridges of solidified moonlight connected floating islands teeming with wonders beyond mortal imagination. At the heart of this ethereal paradise stood the great arcane clock, a colossal mechanism of gleaming gears and pulsing magical conduits that governed the very flow of time itself. For millennia, the timekeepers of Ethoria had maintained this delicate balance, ensuring that the realms below experienced the proper passage of seconds, minutes, and hours. But on this fateful Halloween night, as the veil between worlds grew thin and magic surged unpredictably, disaster struck. Zephyr Starweaver, a young apprentice timekeeper with eyes that sparkled like distant galaxies, stood frozen in horror as the great arcane clock shuddered to a halt. The once melodious ticking that had been the constant heartbeat of Ethoria fell silent, and in that moment, time itself ceased to flow. All around him, his fellow timekeepers were caught in mid-motion, expressions of surprise etched on their faces. Outside the grand windows of the clock tower, birds hung suspended in flight, and the ever-present auroras that danced around the citadel became still to blows of color. Only Zephyr, it seemed, remained unaffected. His mind raced as he tried to comprehend the magnitude of the catastrophe. Without the clock's influence, the realms below would fall into chaos, seasons would fail to change, day and night would lose meaning, and the natural order of life and death would unravel. As panic threatened to overwhelm him, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, the words of his mentor, Kronos the Ageless. When time loses its way, seek the path between moments. Taking a deep breath, Zephyr closed his eyes and reached out with his senses, not to the frozen world around him, but to the spaces between instants. There, in the void where time had no meaning, he felt a presence ancient, powerful, and filled with an unfathomable sorrow. Who dares to seek me in this timeless realm? The voice reverberated through Zephyr's very being, each word carrying the weight of eons. Mustering his courage, Zephyr spoke into the void. I am Zephyr Starweaver, apprentice timekeeper of Storie. The great clock has stopped, and I seek to restore the flow of time. A shimmer of iridescent scales materialized before him, coalescing into the form of a majestic dragon. Its body seemed to be composed of shifting starfields and nebulae, eyes gleaming with the light of long-dead suns. Ah, little timekeeper, the dragon rumbled, a note of melancholy in its voice. I am Kronos, once guardian of Storia's clock, now exiled to the spaces between moments. Your great clock has not merely stopped, it has been wounded by forces beyond your comprehension. Zephyr's eyes widened in recognition. Kronos? But you are a legend. The timekeepers say you vanished centuries ago. The dragon's laughter was like the tolling of a great bell. Legends often have a grain of truth, young one. I was banished for daring to challenge the natural order, for believing that time could be mastered rather than merely shepherded. As Kronos spoke, the void around them shimmered, revealing glimpses of other times and places, great civilizations rising and falling in the blink of an eye, stars being born and dying in spectacular supernovas. The clock's wounding has created a rift. Kronos continued, his voice grave. Even now, an ancient evil stirs in the spaces between moments, the devourer of ages, a being that feeds on stolen time. If it is not stopped, it will consume not just Storie, but all of existence. Zephyr's heart raced at the enormity of the threat. How can we stop it? Surely you, with all your power. Kronos shook his head, starlight trailing from his scales. My power is bound to this timeless realm. I cannot directly intervene. But you, Zephyr Starweaver, exist in both the flow of time and outside it. You alone can traverse the timeways and confront the devourer. The young apprentice felt the weight of destiny settling upon his shoulders. But how? I'm just a novice. I don't have the knowledge or the power to face such a being. The dragon's eyes softened with something akin to pride. You have more strength than you know, little one. I will guide you through the timeways, but the journey will not be easy. You'll face echoes of pasts that never were and futures that must never come to pass. Your choices will shape the fate of all realities. Zephyr squared his shoulders, determination replacing fear. I accept the challenge, Kronos. For Storie and for all the realms that depend on the great clock, I will do whatever it takes. With a gesture of his starry wing, Kronos opened a shimmering portal in the fabric of the void. Then let us begin, brave timekeeper. The timeways await. Zephyr stepped through the portal and found himself in a bewildering landscape of fractured realities. Fragments of different eras collided and merged. He saw dinosaurs roaming futuristic cities, medieval knights wielding laser swords, and ancient Egyptian pyramids floating among the rings of Saturn. As they traversed this chaotic realm, Kronos' voice guided him. The devourer feeds on paradoxes and temporal distortions. To reach its lair, you must restore balance to these fractured timelines over and over. Zephyr was forced to make impossible choices. He reunited star-crossed lovers from different centuries, prevented world-altering inventions from falling into the wrong hands, and even had to ensure that his own grandparents met at the right moment in time. With each restored timeline, Zephyr felt his connection to the flow of time growing stronger. The raw magic of the timeways surged through him, granting him abilities he had never dreamed possible. Finally, they reached the heart of the temporal maelstrom. There, in a vast chamber that seemed to exist in all times at once, loomed the devourer of ages. It was a monstrous entity of roiling darkness, its form constantly shifting as it consumed the very essence of time itself. Behold the architect of Storia's doom, Kronos intoned solemnly. Zephyr, you must use the power you've gained to seal the rift. and banish the devourer back to the void between moments, the young timekeeper stepped forward, his body glowing with chronal energy. The devourer turned its attention to him, a hungry gleam in its multitude of eyes. "Foolish mortal," it hissed, its voice in cacophony of every word ever spoken. "You dare to challenge me? I am eternal, inevitable. I have devoured entire universes and left them as lifeless husks." Zephyr stood his ground, drawing upon every lesson he had learned during his journey. "You may be ancient," he declared, his voice ringing with newfound authority, "but you underestimate the power of a single moment. In an instant, everything can change, and this is the instant of your defeat." With that, Zephyr unleashed the full force of his temporal magic. Streams of pure chronological energy erupted from his hands, engulfing the devourer. The monster howled in rage and pain as it was forced back through the rift, its form unraveling as it was cast into the timeless void. As the last echoes of the battle faded, Zephyr felt the timeways beginning to stabilize around him. Kronos appeared at his side, his draconic features bearing an expression of profound respect. "Well done, Zephyr Starweaver," the time dragon rumbled. "You have saved not just Ethoria, but all of existence. The great clock can now be repaired, and the flow of time restored." Zephyr, exhausted but exhilarated, managed a weary smile. "I couldn't have done it without your guidance. Kronos, will you return with me to Ethoria? Surely your exile can be lifted now." Kronos shook his head, a hint of sadness in his ancient eyes. "My time in Ethoria has passed, young one, but perhaps there is a new role for me to play." The dragon's form began to shimmer and change, condensing into a brilliant gemstone that floated before Zephyr. "Take this chronolith and embed it in the great clock. Through it, I will help maintain the balance of time forevermore." With tears in his eyes, Zephyr accepted the gemstone. In a flash of light, he found himself back in the clock tower of Ethoria. Time was still frozen, but now he knew how to set it right. As he approached the great arcane clock, Zephyr felt the eyes of all Ethoria upon him. With steady hands, he placed the chronolith at the heart of the mechanism. The gemstone pulls once, twice, and then the clock sprang back to life with a triumphant chime. Time resumed its flow, and the citadel of Ethoria burst into joyous celebration. But for Zephyr Starweaver, now hailed as the savior of time itself, the adventure was just beginning, for he alone knew the true nature of time's delicate balance and the ever-present threat that lurked in the spaces between moments. As he gazed out over the restored splendor of Ethoria, Zephyr made a silent vow. He would dedicate his life to protecting the great clock and the flow of time, ensuring that the sacrifice of Kronos and the lessons of the timeways would never be forgotten. And so, in the floating citadel where magic and time intertwine, a new legend was born, the tale of Zephyr Starweaver, the timekeeper who had journeyed beyond the bounds of reality to save all of existence, one precious moment at a time.